I'm gonna take my coffee. Welcome, Natalie and Ripper Roach. How you guys doing? I'm better, Fedora. It's been a while. I really think this is the best costume that you can find within the game. Captain Morgan. Like the bottle. How you guys doing today? And we'll start with having a bot message. Happens. It's been a while. What does it last? Thursday. So here I'm a bit stuck with all the upgrades. We do need to do make questing. Main questing. Still have a couple of hours to take care of. I'm doing fine. Not the best asleep, but it's getting better. The heat being only. No, I don't know. This building just acts as a furnace. Once it's heated, it takes a lot of time to cool down. So I've been rolling around most of the time when I'm trying to sleep. Still 2 weeks left of work, then I get to have a vacation. It seems the first week of vacation I might be doing real live streaming because relatives are forcing me to see them. I'd rather not, but what you gonna do? And I appreciate it every time I'm raiding someone. It is one of the best ways to bring joy to others as well. I like it. Now you have a pretty nice weather. I'm having rain and it's like 50 degrees. But the building is still hot. Like this building just really is like a furnace. Once you heat it, you have to wait like a week for it to cool down. I have just one fun. I played Stardew Valley until 6 a.m. on Sunday night, Monday morning, and you are still recovering from that. At least it wasn't Wild Rift until 6 a.m. Like I actually played Sunday, Monday morning. Or was it Saturday, Sunday morning? Like around 3 a.m. I was playing a couple of Wild Rift games. Yeah, hopefully it's gonna be more rain for the next couple of days and this building will cool down. I really miss cold. I'm made for Ice Age. There was a heat wave in Bosnia as well. Huge storm on Sunday, and it's been raining and shitty weather since that. Whole neither isn't the same when I was 18 and now. Hey, wait until you get to my age. You really understand that those movies and shows where there are zombies, they might just be tired people looking for food. Could be. I swear some of the loot does respawn here. Projects available. Yeah, the loot is far, far away. Unfortunately, we cannot pet the turtle, and you shouldn't be killing them either. Definitely. If I pull another whole nother, I won't survive till your age. I'm not that old. Okay, soon. Soon freaking 35. Almost the date. This is the wrong way. I need to get back up. But yeah, prioritizing sleep is just really beneficial for you. If you have the chance to do so. Like really, it's just the difference between having 4 hours, 6 hours, or even more sleep is just huge. Killed the turtle? Nope. I killed it once. Then I got a warning from the game. Hey, your character was nice to animals.
Pretty good.
Nice to pets. And yeah, I'm actually playing on low settings because I have no idea why Ubisoft wants you would be running. So for streaming, you usually want to have a studio driver because that's more stable. And it works well with streaming and gaming from the same PC. But what they want for this game to be played perfectly is to have a game-ready driver. I don't want to do that. So this is actually the only game that I'm not able to multi-stream because of that. We're only live on Twitch today. And tomorrow. Thursday, I don't know which one to play more. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 or this. Maybe KDC. Like, there's... This is a shorter game than KDC, so having this for just 2 days per week. I might finish KDC before GTA 6 is out. Your work will kill you before 24. You just start 23 and giving myself a few moments. Are you able to change your work? Okay. Bacon wants to be on my breakfast. Wait, it's morning.
Decent.
You have a weak eyeliner and ready to become a pirate. Which is definitely a lot of fun. Like the compact itself is different than from the first one, and you cannot pick up enemy weapons for it. That was a thing in the first game. I see its icon for it, just notice, just find a rope. Do we have anything behind here? No, we don't. As a gamer, you see a waterfall, you should be checking it what's behind. It's a reflex. Welcome, Saraka. How is your vacation day going? Is this really the path we can get here? Well, I'm working from home, and it will be hard to find something like that because you need it because of my help. Oh, really hope your help.
Are they so ruthless that they killed these blighters and left their valuables to rot?
I'm like working from home most of the time, just I've been doing it for 10 years. It actually feels quite nice. Going to the office, that's a headache. But sometimes it's a must. Some of the meetings are. There. And there's of course like a lot of old people who do want to work from home if they feel bored if they are just at home. What he sad to leave this god-forsaken world, and there's none that will miss me and none that I'll miss, except for Chetty. She were the reason I went to the account in the first place. Funny that all of things, she's what's on my mind now. I feel like I've read that on... already. In Bosnia it's kinda hard to get something from home. It definitely like for your local company. We got the chest. Maybe like. No. Edward Kennedy does not want to. I can see that there's like another path. The whole freaking other path. Already check those. I don't see a way for us to actually climb anywhere. Unfortunately, we are not a monkey and could climb that tree, jump on that one, use the branches and go down. There's even a song. Oh no, we do have a path. Call me blind. Found it! Now with the song. First loot. Always first loot. Did get some money. Are we seeing anything else? That just can't be looked at. That is a beautiful jump, right? Unfortunately, I cannot do that with my ankle, not yet. Oh, it already started. Oh, there would appear like a straight path. Just from down here as well. Is the song yet back? I think I went that way. But the song is back. Shanty. Then we only have some random keys here. We can go from here. Oh, I was really close this earlier. Oh, just food. This is actually the first island you arrive. The game begins. Yeah. Not that. Fast travel to check door. We have killed, like, all of these animals, they do respawn here. So if you know what you need to farm, it is available. Ambush location.
Get them aloft, let's go!
So I will have a
Loose and trim tight, ride the wind!
battle. Sea battle.
Give everything she's got!
What song? Johnny.
Oh, to me, Johnny Poker, come rock and roll me over. To me, Johnny Poker, do. Oh, to me, Johnny Poker, the skip on
Yes.
the rover. To me, Johnny Poker.
If I remember right, I have, like, with the OG, I was sailing And just listening to these shanties for more than 100
Do
hours.
me Johnny Poker, the bosun is a tailor. Do me Johnny Poker, do.
Like after finishing the game.
Johnny Poker,
Oh,
we'll
we missed the
all
whale shop.
jamboree. Do me Johnny Poker, do. Oh, do me Johnny Poker, the packet is a rolling. Do me Johnny Poker, do.
There's a whole island.
Oh, do me Johnny Poker, we're pulling all together. Do me Johnny Poker, do. Oh, do me Johnny
In for a storm.
Hercules. Lofty name for a tub in these waters.
And whose name is Hercules? That's my target. Would you want to sail one of these boats? Could be a bit scary though. Especially if the weather is like this.
No, lads! Let's give them a taste of iron!
Fire barrels.
Ease up! Fatten yourselves!
So for that, we need to like
Fire! Fire! Ease off the wind! Brace for impact! Take hard and all let out some sail!
I haven't been able to use the fire barrels at all.
Stunts out! Let's get moving!
Everything else is so much more efficient.
Fire! Powder kegs! Douse the royals and talk! Right! Crowd on every inch of sail! Brace for impact! Fire!
Okay, now we can shoot normally.
Fire!
Yeah, you can see with my damage.
Get off the squall!
It only took one shot.
There's news from the fleet, Captain.
Pull them in with a will!
Prepare to board, Milskas!
Take the fight to them!
Give me.
Grapple the enemy!
One barrel. Don't have enough range to get the rest of it. Moving out of here. How's it look? Small boats are not that many who must be killed before they want to give up. Oh, my fleet does have room for one, but I was probably thinking of getting another man of war. think I only have just one of those boats.
Hercules thinks like any other mortal.
Okay. Maid of Amsterdam and royal figurehead. Shall we try the fort?
We move.
Careful, Captain! His waters are closely watched by our enemies.
Captain, that fort ahead is covered by store. Word is it holds a whole of relics taken from nearby ruins.
Tumble up! Do you hear the news?
Fire!
They're firing on us!
Fire! Fire! Fire!
You march, Governor! Rid us of that tower!
As long as we are keeping ourselves moving.
Careful, lads! They're tougher than they look!
Should be good.
Tower is almost down! Take him back!
They're getting bolder! Tear them apart!
Douse all but mains! Fire!
I don't want to destroy the boat.
Stunts out! Let's get moving!
Let's finish that tower!
Fire! Fire!
Only one standing and you can see my health. Oh, oh, oh. Only 3 mortars left. That was a bit too close. What was that? I had destroyed their defenses. Was there a ship that was shooting as well?
Let's get going!
Okay, saved by our
Do not let go!
checkpoint. I'm full of remedies. Just waiting to to get on board. On this forge, you need to fight a couple of enemies. Oh. My crew didn't take care of this person. Side active corrupt enemies. One extra swing for the fence.
Almost too easy.
Blast those doors!
I do have like the ability that when I kill an enemy with the pistols, time does slow. That's beautiful. Look a load. No, we'll be shot at from the above. It's actually quite tanky. Couple of enemies must be somewhere. Oh, up here. No fall damage if you roll once you level.
All together now!
Go for the commander!
That is a difference. The OG.
Haven't you heard? This treasure is cursed.
Clean. My favorite. But yeah, I don't have any ultimate plans to max any of the things on the ship. Unfortunately. Maya table. We'll go there. Don't see any.
Oh, these relics ought to fetch a pretty penny.
I wouldn't touch them. I heard tell they're cursed.
That's just soft-headed foolishness.
They ain't gonna be ours. I'm gonna sell them. There's Jackdaw. Captain on board! Almost. Let's go. It's just a frigate.
Up the shrouds, lads!
Loose
We
the main,
sail!
half sails!
They're Jack Spanish!
They've got help, Captain!
Give us a
Starboard,
shanty!
Captain.
Starfish on the sea.
Oh, you young sailor, then listen to me. I'll sing you a song of the fish in the sea. And it's windy weather, boys, stormy weather, boys, when the wind blows. We're all together, boys, blow ye with westerly, blow ye with, oh, jolly southwester, boys, stay
All sail! Fill those sticks!
I think like to get even though it shows just one star for the killer whale there. I'm unable to hunt it without ultimate plan or harpoon.
Ease her off! Reef me! Scouse topsails!
Let's see about this Mayan temple. What we have here. Sacrifice island. We got 2 viewpoints, 1 Mayan stellate, just 3 secrets, and we're happy.
¡Allí! ¡Vamos! ¡Para sangrar!
Fasu the untouchable. Oh. One on one. No big deal. Load the pistol. Oh, we're still. Just a beautiful view. Man and his ship. Did you know that there's like a what I heard, people are taking speed pics in this game of flooding. Flooding the maps. Love those pictures. Weird. Where did she come from? Perfect hurry. There's a couple of more. Smoke bomb.
¡Malditas sabandijas! You'll have to do better than that.
Is true conquistador. Lock and load. have a chest? Or it's down there. Okay. Let's see. Do we have anything up here? Just a little bit loot. First the big one. Anchor medallion. And these guys didn't care that the rest of the camp is destroyed. I would like to see what the new trinket is. Increases the rewards from floating loot. Not bad. What I'm currently running is more money and more skins. If I'm skinning animals. Let's see about these guys. Bombs at me. Was it then down here? Yes. Mass grave. 30 meters. Yeah, we cannot. There's nothing in this place. Definitely among the bodies we have found, we're just skeletons. They'd be quite active sacrifices. Captain Drake's sword. Look at it. There's a jaguar. What was the smaller animal? Just the body. Nice. I'm not doing any kidnapping. Never have I done that. How's your Tuesday? Yeah, I could have made my butt that way as well. Nice, fun to both. Pretty good. Get it loaded right now at work. Nice. Hopefully work goes fast for you. That is the most important thing. The time just flies when you're at work and then it slows down when you are on a vacation or free time. Out of work around 2 though. Forgot to take that. Three hours yesterday. I actually got MVP as a, like, I can't remember when is the last time I played Trish. Like, in a supportive role. I think we won more than lost, which is the most important part. But not much to do here on the lane. Because Chin had already died. Like, we are, you can see, we are almost 1 level. Or we are 1 level down, almost 2. Okay, there I'm at 0. 1, 1. 3, 2. 4, 2. Did I run that down? To be honest, not that many games, because I, like, only 3 hours of stream yesterday. I woke up so late. Or, like, I've been having bad sleep for a couple of days. Hold up. Like, there's a reason why I have killed by a tower emote. I think we are ending, like, really close here. Oh shit. Because I remember that item. We were able to just push and push and push. Yep. Mostly we played trio queue. Okay, it wasn't this game where I died to the Nexus. With Chap and Scott Surfer. Was it then around here? Hold up. Yeah, safer support. Yeah, like, yesterday we got Kate Lux most of the times. They were just not working. So I did get the diamond at least. But yeah, with 3 of the 2 other players, they could be so bad. Or even worse. But I don't know, like, when does it stop? Like, actually, most of the time, never. Because that's just how White Rift matchmaking goes. Have you tried Schaefer tanks at all? No, it wasn't this game. What game did I... This game I got tilted. Och sitten syövänä. Yeah, here. Did we go backwards or forward? Our jungle had a perfect opportunity to play Rammus. They go for a vehicle. I got mad. Got mad and played Timo. Like, it's not there yet. $46-12 the score here. Yeah, this is what I wanted to show. Nexus healing too strong. Nexus healing too strong. But yeah, there's a reason why I have this emote. Killed by Tower. Tower Nexus, the most. My biggest enemies, definitely. But yes, you did miss my White Rift stream from yesterday. It is every Monday. We got a new sword. Captain Trace. A pair of silver broadswords, rumored to have been used by the legendary privateer Sir Francis Drake. Then I have a passive. This here. Let's find ourselves a Mayan temple. Or statue. Or slate. Slate, what they are actually calling it. Tracker, did you actually play the first one? Or the original Black Flag? Oh, yeah, I haven't taken the viewpoint. That will show what other mysteries we have here.
Vas a morir por eso.
We had some loot.
Por diversión.
I was sort of like, we have a Spartan kick. We also have a roll. It is really nice to combo. a shot. Nobody can survive that. Let's synchronize. Aren't there already animals? Yeah. Now we have a fast travel opportunity. Sacrifice Island. Found a lot of dead people. Let's look at it. There's a chest below me. That's a photo I took. Where is the chest? Oh, it's you.
¡Atacad, muerto!
Let's get from both. There is a small crate. That's far away. Is that a better spot to jump? Less swimming needed. What do we find from the chest? Captain Drake's outfit. Let's see that. Is it better than Morgan's? An impressively dashing outfit that once belonged to the British explorer. I do like the hat though. That's what makes this costume to actually feel like pirate captain, right? Man, I was so close. They had some remedies here, or was it the other camp? It was the other camp. Well, same camp, but a bit further. we need to go melee fighting, it's good to have those. I wouldn't do that jump. Never. Yeah, with Minecraft, I think I have less than 50 games and 70%. Not much. Yesterday, just one AA, otherwise. Nothing is true, main quest. That's my pet monkey.
Put on some sail.
Jump the halyard!
Give us a song, lads. Full sail. Crowded on.
She's a cutter! Royal Navy! They have help, Kevin! Sir, to port!
I guess just run over this boat. Not even... Well, what is it called? Ramming. We just sailed onto them. Oh, this week I'm bored. Why not? You do get more loot if you're bored.
Our cause deserve no mercy.
Any who set foot here, die!
One for run. Don't even need the board. Swivel converge. What we want to do? We are fully repaired. Yeah, I don't think about having another schooner. Let's just lower the wanted level. Then continue towards.
Catch me some wind.
We got 3 crew, some wine, some alloy.
May they receive you. Give me every inch of sail.
Close down! Man your sheets!
Their ancients are Spanish! Bring up!
Brig. Another brig.
Fast as you dare.
The legendary drunken sailor. up she rises.
What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? What will we do with the drunken sailor? Heard I in the morning. Way hey, up she rises. Way hey, up she rises. Way.
Oh, it's just showing this. There's another Mayan. Really close. I think they are like on the same island, so.
Calm her down.
Such superior loot.
Cables down!
Have to take it.
Grappling hooks away! Let's to the prize!
I do need to fast travel back to our own island.
Names out, trim to the wind.
To set my fleet to collect some loot. Just.
More sail! We need to budge!
Loose topsails, gallants, and royals!
All right, Jack, sing!
This gale's got teeth, Captain!
Come on with.
The wind has us!
That's as near as we'll get in these shallows.
Make press time. Fulham. Where is Tulum in Mexico, by the way? I remember that it would be for invaders. But yeah, like the map of this game is not fully real at all. Are we here to assassinate James Gittord? Oh. Why I went up here when we have this viewpoint. So we can see what do we have in these shallow waters. Under British rule. Okay. Another jaguar, just underwater, just. And then we have a crocodile. And it seems there's two viewpoints. A total of 4 chests. Hello. Goodbye. Do not have rum, just water. And coffee I already drank. Why I have to like put her for heavy strike? Just stick on there. Okay, I just need to do it. Then it disappeared. Really?
We have reports of hooded heathen crawling about. Mr. Prince wants them found and in fetters. Meh.
We get abuse. Easy dock. What else I had mapped? Just that there's supposed to be a jaguar somewhere.
Prepare your coffin.
Prepare yours. James! Where are you?
His Majesty's finest everywhere.
Easy. Just two and can't see anything. Any hidden loot here? Now two paths. Let's take the stairs.
Don't see no heathen, no hoods. And who's this Prince prick anyways?
Love these opportunities.
I'll enjoy this.
Can't touch me.
My God, he's getting away.
Do I need to come up? It was too late. We have full on ammunition. Here we might just a remedy.
This jungle gets thicker with each step.
Oh, he's that far away. Okay.
Hush now. You hear that?
Done for now!
Any last words?
Not the most really Spartan satisfaction was there. My sled is higher.
Stop running! Your life's at an end. Not quite. I'll take my revenge.
We cut through the vines if we have to. We keep searching.
There's another assassin here.
The soldiers are closing in. Follow me. Kids waiting.
Okay.
Jesus, kid. You led me into a mess. Is it these monks guarding the treasure you promised me?
I told you I had a secret to share, but I didn't say it'd be easy. Now let's get this door open and I'll show you what's inside.
James. Tell us. What is this secret?
We're onto something. I can feel it.
Captain Kenway? Where is the assassin, Duncan Walpole?
Dead and buried. After he tried to kill me.
Yes. We took
We are
revenge.
not sorry to see him gone, but it was you who carried out his final betrayal. Why?
Money was my only aim.
Should I find comfort in that? You murdered our brothers and sisters in Havana.
He has the sense, Mentor.
Sense of madness.
James tells me you treated with the Templars there. Did you see the man they called the Sage?
Aye.
Would you recognize his face if you saw it again?
I reckon so.
I must be certain.
Is he now gonna give us like 10 people
Not a word.
where we have to choose who's the
Come on.
sage? How will this work?
You walked me blind and backwards into this mess, kid. Who the hell was that jester back there?
Atabai, an assassin, and my mentor.
So you're all part of some daffy religion?
We're assassins and we follow a creed, aye. But it does not command us to act or submit, only to be wise.
Oh, do tell. I'd love to hear it.
Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. This is the world's only certainty.
Everything is permitted. I like the sound of that. Thinking what I like and acting how I please.
You parrot the words, but you do not understand them.
Don't get haughty with me, kid. I followed you as a friend, and you tricked me.
I saved your skin bringing you here, man. These men wanted you dead for what you did in Havana. I talked them out of it.
Well, cheers for that.
Aye. Cheers. Step lightly.
Cool.
Ah!
You just have to do that.
Jesus. Alive and well, kid?
More or less. You'll have to find another way across.
Last piece of We are resolved.
Easy, Kenway. This ain't like climbing Ratlands. The way forward's blocked.
That's a door, I reckon.
Aye. And there should be some way to open it. A mechanism somewhere.
Like a capstan.
Those blocks up there. Try moving them. Those blocks up there seem like they might move with a bit of weight. Edward, get up there and add your weight to one of those blocks. Might be those stones and counterweights.
Heavy enough. No for the other one. Todella haat on vain ljudssnitt.
So it's you lot them Templars have been chasing then?
Until you came along and mucked things up, it was us chasing them. We had them running scared. They have the upper hand now. Something's different. Might be you can use the lever to move them drawings on the ground.
I was just about to say the same.
The pictures on these blocks bear a resemblance to the floor. Perhaps they're connected somehow. Position. Try climbing on them.
Oh, it's like a red, so it needs to be a red. How do I get it up? Reset it.
Not afraid of a little height, are you? Go on, scramble up.
How you doing, Clark? That's the 1 second anyway. Like I put that thing in the wrong spot. I have no idea how we can get it up. That doesn't work. Have you tried more of a white hood?
A little height, are you? Go on, scramble up.
I've done many puzzles. This one I failed. Got you. I'm really sorry to hear that.
So it's you lot them Templars have been chasing then?
Until you came along and mucked things up, it was us chasing them.
must be like really annoying.
Something's different. Might be you can use the lever to move them drawings on the ground.
I was just about to say the same.
The pictures on these blocks bear a resemblance to the floor. Perhaps they're connected somehow.
Like that's red.
Try climbing on them. Well done, Kenway. Still got your wits about you then.
Aye, when there's fair reward on offer.
The door's mechanism seems to be broke. Let's find another way around. Follow! Jump!
How's the TFT then work? Or is it still broken? I'm supposed to follow him and it's faster. Maybe I'm just heavier. You were playing on PC because mobile not working.
You're still drawing breath?
Enough to curse you with, kid.
You made that harder than it had to be.
I spend most of my time above water, not in it.
What we're looking for is just up ahead.
Must be a great treasure beyond.
Treasure.
What comp have you been running?
Whatever's waiting at the end of this path
Oh,
had better be
OTP.
worth my time.
That'll depend on you.
How's
Any
that?
games on the
I'm taking you to
Fasusasu?
see may spin your head right round. I only hope you can take the shock of it.
I can handle myself.
Yeah, no, kind of forced to do main quest. Don't mind
The
it.
grand prize your mentor asked me to see. Looks nothing like the man they called the Sage, I'm sorry to say.
Keep your trousers tied up. We've one more riddle to solve. The stones look the same as in the other room. Lend me a hand here, will you? Clamber up those stones, Kenway. I've an idea.
We need to lift this up. I was thinking the other way. Blue goes to blue. Then we move it once more.
Not so much.
Last head distance. You're OTPing Twisted Fate reroll because it's a one cost carry. What's in that comp? Do you go like more stargazers or?
That's it.
How does the comp work?
Jesus, that's him, the sage. But this thing must be hundreds of years old.
Older still. You're certain it's him?
I'm just told it to be right back.
It's the eyes that mark him.
Did the Templars say why they wanted this sage?
They drew some of his blood into this small glass cube.
Like this one?
Aye. They meant to ask him about the observatory too, but he escaped.
Huh. We're finished here. Quiet.
The statue in the temple. Was that the man you saw in Havana?
Spitting likeness, aye.
It seems another sage has been found. The race for the observatory begins anew.
Is that why we're whispering?
This is your doing, Captain Kenway. The maps you sold to the Templars have led them straight to us. And now the agents of two empires know exactly where we operate.
Leave this to me, Mentor.
They have taken Edward's crew as well. I wonder what their lives are worth to him.
Those soldiers, I've seen them work for a slaver, Lorenz Prinz. He'll make chattel of your crew.
Take this. You'll attract no attention, and take fewer lives. Use them darts on this one coming now. Quick!
Seems finally we have sleep darts. You play one game ranked and top 5 all under 30 HP, and you just managed to get third. There's 1 HP and tied 5th. That is really nice. Why I shot him with the dart if...
To join the chorus celestial!
Try this!
I'm not one of them, whoever they are.
Many thanks, but no forgiveness.
You have to follow side or mobile because you don't know the comp really. Is there a thing we can collect?
I'll lay off to the jackdaw.
Oh, hey, guys want to join my crew. So it's not all...
It was a slaver who brought these soldiers.
Not all just assassins we have here. Let's see, do we have more here? He's looking that way. We'll go this way. I see witches. I see no more witches. Oh. Hello, mister.
Stop your fuss. He's got perfect ivories front and back. It's top dollar, this one.
I may thank you later, if you manage to live through
Is it
this.
out of kindness you do this? Or guilt?
Hey, I told you that it was a mistake that I sold the map. Let's go through west side. Gravity! One. We'll get a double assassination.
Sure you got away, eh? To that darkness! Oh, do
We didn't.
Let me off those buttons and face me like a soldier.
Cheers, Captain.
Where do we have more? Oh, well, that's far away.
I'll be the core of you!
No, we can have it. Yeah, and I can see the last two. How did I miss this though? Galaxy ruins. Secret door. Start climbing up. This assassin knows where I want to go. Synchronize the whole place. There's like a whole big building to the right. Oh, I missed it. Don't remember being up there. I swear there is something. Why I feel like we kind of go there from here. Maybe it's for later. That's just goodbye and some. Right? Huge. I was next to it earlier. Nothing to stare at. This is like too low as well. You can only get up there through the middle. So first try squeezing the French.
You can't outrun fate!
Many thanks, brother.
Game actually knows. You saw it first, take the loot and then... then release the prisoner. We have up here. Some food.
You ain't selling me to Mr. Prince, is ya?
You ain't gonna be sold.
They can perish if this ever happens again.
Okay, James. Tell us the good or bad news.
Who's out there? See that mangy old codger? He's a Dutch slaver called Lorenz Prins, living now like a king in Jamaica. Bastard's been a target for years. Bloody hell, we nearly had him.
By God, you bravos are a cheery bunch, eh? All frowns and furrowed brows.
Captain Kenway, you have remarkable skills.
Thanks, mate. It comes natural.
But you're churlish and arrogant, prancing around in a uniform that you have not earned.
Everything is permitted.
This is Captain Morgan's outfit, not
I
Assassin.
absolve you of your errors in Havana and elsewhere, but you are not welcome here.
Sorry, mate. Wish it were otherwise.
They will come back crawling.
Cheery bunch of mates you've got.
You deserve scorn, Edward. Prancing about like one of us, bringing shame to our cause.
What is that? Your cause?
To be blunt, we kill people. Templars and their associates. Folks who'd like to control all the empires on Earth. Claiming it's in the name of peace and order.
Sounds like Ducass's dying words.
You see? It's about power, really. About lording over people. Robbing us of liberty.
That another message from one of your friends?
Aye. I'll show you.
What are we fighting?
I know you ain't exactly impressed by our creed. So would the sight of money make you more friendly to our ways?
As ever.
Then work these contracts around the West Indies for us, and we'll pay you. As simple as that. Now follow on.
Witch and Coop
I
to
have
review
one last
Assassin's
secret to share.
How long have you been one of these assassins, eh?
Couple years now. I met Atabay in Spanish Town. And there was something about him I trusted. A sort of wisdom.
Is all this his idea? His clan?
No, sir. Assassins and Templars have been at war for thousands of years. All over the world. The natives of this new world had a philosophy like our creed, for as long as they've been here. And when Europeans arrived, our groups sort of matched up. Cultures and religions and languages keep folks divided. But there's something in the Assassin's Creed that crosses all boundaries. A fondness for life and liberty.
Sounds a bit like Nassau, no?
Close, but not quite.
Now the door is open. Or will be open.
Here we are. Take that stone you discovered from the Mayan Stela and put it there.
And I have all the 12 stones.
That's one. Couple dozen more and you're in.
And what will this effort gain me?
Respect for a start. From the men and women you put in danger here. And if that ain't enough, there's a treasure behind that door. Something many centuries old. I reckon if you made the effort to find every last one of those, it'd be worth your while.
I'm on it.
So you sailing back to Nassau?
When I have another contract there, right? This is my home for now.
Alright, James.
Enough of these bravos. A quick kip of the old Avery would set me straight. I need more.
Mayan armor. Okay, now let's see if we get there. His path was blocked. First the chest, then the slate. guess it's this way. Anything else on this island? Let's see what we can actually upgrade. Crocodile leather. Killer whale skin. No. Being accessible yet. Great white shark bones needed for more max health. Red howler monkey skin. Don't have those. No, just deer hides, okay. We haven't found any capuchin monkeys. Or humperquails. Let's travel back to our island. Seems we still have a couple of naval contracts on the island itself. I do want to check.
Have you business to contract with me?
Can we get any upgrades? No, we cannot.
Another time, no doubt.
Well, fleet should be back. It usually takes like half an hour for them to catch up. I've been away for more than that. It is in-game time, not real life time.
Do you have somewhere else to be?
Not at the moment.
How did you climb up here?
Extra 2k.
Ships are profit.
4 reports. All of the ships are still available. Got a bit of gold. Let's repair the boats. I got 2 empty slots now. Okay. We would be like lowering the risk level. Castello de Jaco are still undiscovered. Yeah, I need another man at war. Man of war. Oh, these will like destroy my boats if I sent them. Easy enough. Let's bet the monkey.
Need more keys.
We do need more keys. It's 5 altogether. Don't have a new painting. No large. Sorry. Not the first or not the last time I failed at the job.
Go easy.
Let's buy a new naval contract. That way. 1 hour away. First we take this. This one next time.
Captain, I hear the San Lorenzo has gone to a watery grave. Splendid job. My noble company could use your talents for another venture. Just find me when you're ready. Walk with me, Captain. I am in pursuit of a hearty drink.
What needs doing this time? Are there more Spanish to sink?
Worse. This time, the blight is not the Spanish, but those poxy Brits. They have in their possession a man-of-war, a vessel of violent beauty. A ship so ferociously fair, the mere sight of it could turn the hardest heart to jelly. However, the vessel is piloted by a rogue who presumptuously calls himself captain.
Let me guess. You want him gone?
One need only to don the mantle of justice and strike down this charlatan as virtue demands. By one, I mean you, Captain. Knock this man from the helm and send him into the merciless sea. Or leave the vessel unviolated for my company to justly liberate.
Oh. It's gonna be his boat. Sink the escort ships before boarding the man of war. Okay.
Consider the pretender gone.
Blind justice. I thought I could have it. So I have room for 2 man of wars.
The world is beset with falsehood.
That's a dour observation for you, Padre.
Yet true.
Hey, did the timed event disappear? No.
Loose some sail, we move! Loose and trim tight, ride the wind! Raise your voices, me trumps! Give everything she's got!
It's supposed to be really close. Just a schooner. You can easily go right.
Set her back!
Fire! Hit the quarters!
Fire! Step on their ship and they'll pack like a sea!
Keep my deck clear!
Reel them in, me troops!
One extra tank though. Then we repair. Corrupted boat. More.
The wages I've seen have been paid.
Catch me some wind!
Get on that!
Let's see about these points. Where we at? Dark Animals Corsair Flintlocks acquired. Each pistol shot ricochets to a second target. We got more keys. And next one is getting close. Level 18. We are at 8.
Trim 2!
Can we equip it while we are sailing? Nope. Their range and troll speed is slower. Roxy with crazy streak, I appreciate it. I must have missed it. But where we are going, probably can't fast travel. Feel like it's a long way. Yeah, here in the middle. Ah, there's 2 assassin contracts available here. How much realms we will need? Many of the last upgrades take like 30 gold or 30k. I think that is the new icon for Assassin contracts. Where are the birds? Double assassinate the targets. The twin dilemma.
More Templars and their crooked deals.
Quiet, or you end up like him. Go away, mongrel.
Oh, we really need to like wait for them to be available for double assassination first.
There'll be no deals today.
You'll not be mad, you!
Gotcha, you bastard!
I don't know why the locals disrupt the fight as well. Sorry for all this trouble. Like my one crew member. He decided to die. Now there was another contract as well. Hang the target with the rope dart. The smuggler chief has crossed the line by selling his stolen goods to the Templars and killing innocent men and women in the process. Take his life so that he may not harm others.
This smuggler must be stopped.
I know, son. Please, watch over us.
We did have this, or did the convoy disappeared? What we had here, the tip. What are we gonna take care
Put
of?
on some sail! Give me every inch of sail!
Loose tops and royals!
A song!
Hey boys! Oh, oh, just hear the old man say goodbye, very well, goodbye, very well. Oh, no,
Faster now!
hear the old man say goodbye, boys, we're homeward bound. We're homeward bound to Liverpool town. Goodbye, very well, goodbye, very well. Where all of them duties they will come down. Hurrah, me boys, we're homeward bound. And when we get to the Wallasey Gates,
Go to one, sir! Sir, to four!
Strike my enemies on the draw! Fire! Raise! Cruiser! Raise for impact! Fire!
The wind has left us, Captain!
Fire! Crowd on every inch of sail! Fire! Fast as you dare! Ease up! Fire! 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 Raise!
They have a really bad
Trim the
day.
yards off the wind!
Muzzle your tops, the trumps!
Loose and trim tight. Ride the wind.
Take it!
Bring them in for a
We will
steely
just
kick.
use you to repair us.
Here,
How was he able to hit? That's a bit of a challenge. There's a lockbox. Is it extra gold or something else?
For them, it was a time to die.
So there's like a freaking so many ships. None of them are attacking us though. I don't think I want to get in the middle of this fight.
No use wallowing about here. Get the tops of royals down.
We can take this.
Give everything she's got. Ease her off. Reach the topsails and gallop!
That was quite clean.
Let us strike these devils down! Drag them to their doom! Keep them back! You be the sea dogs down!
I can say good try. Bit too close to the barrel.
That was class.
We only got money from that. Okay. Let's just get another lunch. Extra resources.
Get them aloft, let's go! Crowd in on, all of it!
Stuntsels, let's ride this squall!
Faster now!
I don't know where we can get any of the master plans.
Give voice, you Tars!
Ultimate plans.
Ease out the way! Unlash the harpoons!
Let's try.
We'll pay
Throw the harpoon at the right moment when the target is.
He's gone! Any sighting?
Look out! Larboard!
Got it!
Oh, he was still able to hurt it. Oh.
See anything yet? Forward! Forward! Grand shot! And careful, lads! He's bloody strong! He's pulled the road! Stay sharp, lads!
But I think that's a like mechanism that they updated to the game. Last week
Look
there was...
out! Larboard! One in, Captain!
Last week there was not this perfect like shot.
Anyone hear that? Shot in! Larboard! He's pulling, cut! Where is it?
My boat is gonna get destroyed from the next attack.
Watch out! Starboard! Nice fight!
I don't know. We need the ultimate harpoon.
You won't get away next time. A brief remains. Give everything she's got.
We're so close.
A song.
Whiskey is the life of man. Whiskey, Johnny. Oh, whiskey is the life of man. Whiskey for...
Captain, we're near the target.
I drink whiskey when I can. Whiskey, Johnny. I drink it out of an orchid.
Bearing down on Get them aloft and furling.
Oh, I kind of hit them. Up and down with the speed. It really looked like we're gonna... Was this the island where we need to enter the...
Not a bad find.
Yeah. We need to find the place. It's underwater. The entrance to this cave in. Let's go get the bubbles. Health. I get thrown by the currents a little bit. here I'm supposed to use.
Those sheep laid about all the supplies they need to survive. Laid all
Oh no.
You know what they say. I'm like Robin Hood. I take the poor and hand the rich. Am I saying it right?
That must be the smuggler chief.
They pay through the nose for these. We'll be rich men soon.
I think this is like the...
I'm coming for you!
Like the only place where we can hang him with the rope. There I was too aggressive. Leave me be. It is extra 300 when we do the optional part of the assassination. Get back to work, guys.
Those sheep laid about all the supplies they need to survive. Laid on and on and on. You know what they say.
You must walk past here.
I'm like Robin Hood. I take the poor and hand the rich.
Right now we are just waiting for it.
Am I saying it right?
Hold still, you bastard.
They pay through the nose for these. We'll be rich men soon.
Time's up, soldier! Grenade coming!
Hold your tongue.
There he was!
Up and over!
No! They got a shot off. Now the question is, did the game save or not?
Those sheep laid about all the supplies they need to survive. Laid on and on and on.
So you have a spot to walk by.
You know what they say, but I'm like Robin Hood. I take the poor and hand the rich. Am I saying it right?
Greedy trunk.
They pay through the nose for these. We'll be rich men soon.
Hold your tongue.
That was wasteful.
Get him! I'll straighten your brisket!
I see a grenade!
Easy!
It's dangerous.
Get you for a traitor! Night, eh?
There's still one trigger. Oh, he's on the other side, okay. I'm trying to knock a shot.
Just like that!
Okay, we're good. Oof. You reverse the left. Go for the boat. Now, what else did we have around here? Was it anything? Main quest. Tough Forts. Templar Hunt. Let's try to sail in there. And it's really nice that my ship is fully repaired.
Let's get going.
While we were just there.
Loose all sail! Raise your voices, me trumps! Fast as you dare! Ease up! Speed, lads!
Can be fruitful here.
Fast as you dare!
Catch the wind.
Just the wrong work. That is fine.
They're ancients of Spanish! More than one, sir! Sir, to the starboard!
They are having a small fight. Hit them.
Sing something else.
I'm mostly looking for man of wars. I'm gonna leave the convoy also. Ooh, I got places to be.
And if he don't, I'll ride him again. And we say so, and we know so, and I'll ride him until
There is a tornado coming at us. What is sprout?
The weather gauge confounds us, Captain! Nasty storm out there, Captain!
Yes.
Grant us your mercy, Father!
Just the frigate, not a man of war. Mr. Perk. Yeah, this storm just keeps on going. We're not too far, 1,400 meters. And the weather is clearing. No matter worse, though.
We must tread lightly. These waters are well guarded, sir.
Speed! Fort Navassa, filled with the restless dead.
Don't mind us, we're just passing through. They actually have a huge area. Where they can shoot the motors.
Leave the fort and they'll be sure to repair the damage.
That's a good spot for a fortress, though.
Fast as you dare.
Oh, are we still like on a fighting suit? No, they can sing.
Shanty!
Hey boys, oh, as I was going to Derby, it was on a market day. I met the finest ramser that ever was fed up all day. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie.
Bloody navy! It's a brig!
And when we sobered up,
Mortar incoming!
far away at the sea. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie.
Why is it a mortar incoming?
It's one of the captain's spyglass along with the balls of speed. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. Tonight was very rough, sir, the wind like ice did feel. He borrowed me suit of oilskins and taught me trick at the wheel. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. He
Calm her down.
So full of him, all the top so high. But up, way up, he lost his nerve, he had an awful cry. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. Was falling on the poop, a poor ain't else.
Too close to the port.
He climbed up to the sky's yard and sat down on the truck. That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. Ah, it's wonderful around he climbed near the trench. He tried to justify
Those stores should be brimming with cargo.
That's a lie, that's a lie, that's a lie, lie, lie. It's wonderful around
Take us off the wind!
Oh, I think I'm docking to the wrong. Wrong boat.
Loose some sail, we move!
Man your stays, we trim too.
First, I want this.
Loose and trim tight, ride the wind!
Kingston.
Give us a shanty!
Anchor away! Aye, sir.
Let's save some for later.
I just some secrets. There's a lot of different things on this island.
My employer has a substantial reward if you can help.
Please do tell. Break the Spanish blockage. Sink the Spanish frigate after using the mortar. Oh, that's nice. This is a black day for liberty. One of my warehouses located, it is true, in what was once a smuggler's den, is being blockaded by a Spanish fleet. It is my fervent hope that you will free my merchandise from these colonial oppressors. Dutchman
The Spanish have
for
forgotten their manners. Leave it to me.
I'm grateful, Captain Kenway.
Aye, what was that for?
The Assassins have a bureau nearby, and the Templars know about it. I owe them a word of warning.
Why would you... What foolishness is this?
That was my mistake. I saw some shit and just had to.
The watchtower is too open, but the Templars would not dare hide them close to the parish either. They must be elsewhere. I will find you, brothers.
Hello.
What do you want, Englishman?
Edward Kenway. I'm here to warn you of danger. And I'm Welsh.
You all look the same to me. Why should I need your warning? My life is all danger.
I may have brought it on you.
Yeah, we gotta salt them up.
This means you owe me. As it happens, I could use a man to help free some of my friends.
Slaves, you mean?
Brothers. Warriors. The hope of the Maroon.
Doesn't sound like my business, mate.
All I need is for you to mingle with your countrymen. Listen to hints for where my friends are held.
Fine. I'll see what I can do.
And where would an Englishman be at any given time of day? On a jag, down at the tavern, most like.
We will get back to that some shit. We have assassination. No, Templar key that I need. Get the suit. It's inside the tavern, okay.
He dismissed me without pay for drunkenness. Alleged drunkenness.
You, Mr. Thomas Still. Insane stand charge for dereliction of duty. On Tuesday last, you were tasked to deliver a prisoner to the church at the center of Kingston, but were discovered to be in a shameful and drunken state. You are dismissed forthwith from service, being no longer entitled to pay or protection.
I'll find answers near the church.
The local graveyard. At the dock.
You be good now.
They've been guarding here, although it does seem like their owner died. It's fine. Being guarded. Let's get on top of this church. I will first viewpoint here. use the window side. Can make it. High up in the air. First viewpoint, we can see the second one. Third, fourth. I think that's straight ahead there. Is another. Yeah, 1 out of 6 searched. There's plenty of them.
The plantations? Then what next?
Since we're not alone, we should get ourselves gone.
Are we followed?
We must warn the others.
And take what does not belong to them. Lurking in the mountains, waiting to waylay the innocent. But we did not sit like that. We brought order and justice to the brutes. God save the king.
Sorry. Tell me.
You got the information I need, mate?
No! I've heard of your kind. Assassin, don't hurt me!
All I want to know is where this slave is. Do you know of anyone being held? Especially...
Please! Let me live! My wife and children!
Come on, then! Out with it!
Look near the windmill.
Thank you, mister.
See? Was that so hard?
This should settle my debts with Anto.
I will stash your payment in one of the usual caches.
No need. Think of this as support for your work. But I can't be seen speaking to you again.
Then you will have my silence and my gratitude.
We work in the shadows.
I found your men.
And
Yeah,
I found
pirate.
where his brothers are kept. Help me release them.
No, mate. I've settled my debt. Meddling with slaves is none of my affair. I doubt there's even a Templar behind it all.
All affairs of freedom are assassins' affairs. What is your price?
What?
A man without principle must be moved by coin. How much do you need?
There is a key I'm looking for. Belongs to a set I've been stripping off Templars.
The Templar keys? I thought they'd been destroyed.
I'm not the only one who knows about them, then.
If we find it, it's yours.
You have a deal. Let's go get your friends.
What
Is
have
it
you heard of the
negotiation?
Maroons, Edward? Do you know why we spent decades fighting our long war?
Is a lecture part of our deal now?
A man must know what he fights for. How else will he find the conviction to keep striving no matter the cost?
I'm only here because I want that key, Anto.
And you impose a high price for your help. But when you see what we must fight, you will be convinced of why we fight as well.
You're a hopeful one. I'll give you that.
Somehow, like, we actually have 4 pistols.
The drunks and whores you called friends might help you now.
We only shoot with 2.
Go on, I'll follow.
Well, here are the first ones.
No way in, mate. So fuck off.
Thank you.
Hurry, to my bureau.
We can see the next one. I'm not sure if we can go that way though. Here also like a bloodbath.
We had 100 men, and they...
Over here!
Shut on, mate! Got you!
You run this far.
Meet me at the bureau. I'll follow you.
We have third. There's assassin contracts available.
Charge! I'll turn you off! You'll have to be quicker. I'll get you for that. There you are. Hold! Cold-blooded killer. Oh, that was nice. There he is! You'll pay for that!
Who is he fighting? I also see a chest. Can't skip loot. Will he follow us? I think we first need to take care of the guards here.
You must exercise caution. The area will be well guarded. Find a way in.
Look at you.
Look for a
You
hole
came
in the
down from the
fence.
mountains to...
We'll catch them. Go to the bureau. I must attend to my brothers, but there is still work left undone here.
Now the terms of our agreement seems to expand by the hour, Angelo.
Rather this. Have a lecture. The soldiers captain walks the main road. Do what you do best.
I'll meet you in the cemetery when it's done.
Get back here, you gobshite! Fight dirty, boys! Made a seal!
No, he needs help. Let's get the viewpoint.
No pellets, and you're a pellet. I remember when I was in love.
The good old times. I was in love. Is that madness? Or is this madness? I do need to use the toilet, so I'll be... Let's go. Public figure. Oh, it's just splendid. I thought it would be full. It wasn't.
There's our man.
Generous tithing.
Ah, is that why you're sporting such an immaculate pendant?
Oh, this little trinket. It was a gift from the pastor for my generosity. We've always been dear friends. Did you know that it is cheaper to acquire slaves than it is to procure medicines?
Surely you jest.
What is the truth? If anyone looks ill, we simply dispose of them. You'll never find more robust workers than mine.
Please, someone help!
My thanks, you generous git.
Control yourself, man.
That's the last I do for Anto. He better have my key.
Take care of these slaves as well. Anto, tell us the good news. Isn't there Kingston in Jamaica? I've never been to Caribbean. I mean, he's far away. I'm supposed to be a burro. Maybe there's just too many Templars, so they cannot operate widely. You've never been to another country.
Where to next?
That's enough work for one night. Or do
At
go
least
for
you are
it?
thinking about
That's
moving
it, no Templar.
to another place.
What about the key?
The Templar did not show himself. You will
But
have
yeah,
your
just
key next
like
time.
having the ability to
No,
travel
Anto, there is no next time.
is a privilege.
When you discover your conscience or admit
I
how
really
badly
wish
you
that
want the key,
everybody could
there will be a next time.
travel, because it broadens your worldviews. You actually can have more understanding towards everybody. Oh, we have so many. Let's take the right one first. 100 and 140 for 100. Maybe like for us Finns, since we have Estonia and Sweden and Russia like right next to us, and most of the borders, especially with Estonia and Sweden, it's been really open. Be friendly most of the time. Knowing about our neighbors. Not real life neighbors, but neighboring countries. Helps with politics. How hard is it to get a visa to visit Finland? For South African, it is at least like half a year wait time. Yeah, Schengen. No, yeah, like it sadly depends on the country. Okay, you need to have a travel insurance and at least 50 euros per day. You have a facility to make this. Every Wednesday and Thursday. From 9 a.m. Like, you look at the times. They have a 1 hour lunch. 90 euros for the visa itself. No, like, yeah, you do need to have the travel insurance. And 50 euros per day of stay. There's a 15-day processing window. Have they made it faster? "15 calendar days before your departure date." So they've changed something. Apply 3 to 4 weeks before you fly to cover unforeseen delays. Do we go to calculator? 50 per day. How many days would you stay? 1 week is 7. 350. Then the flights. Flights itself are like 1,000. I don't think it's looking at the same. No, they are still selling 2. I'm actually next Tuesday gonna have a call with my insurance people to try to lower the costs. Because I don't know, they've been just raising them non-stop. Cross spend that reduces damage from British soldiers. But yeah, whenever you travel, you do need to have travel insurance for your lost luggage and then hospital bills if because you never know when accidents happen. Last year I was in Venice, for example. Yeah, I haven't like not having enough money to travel more. I would love to. It's just the prices of everything are just going up and up and up and up. Here in Finland, it's and yeah, 2 years ago, I was in the Orlando. You saw my live streams. You saw my head, how fast it burned. And then I spent my birthday on the airports. Flying. We have just...
Found him! There! You think you could get away? I'm ringing the bell!
You are not ringing anything.
I found you! You won't get away! Cold-blooded killer! Look!
Let's just say stealth for good. Let's see, look, maybe I'll find. We did get one remedy. He has as good aim as I do. What a friend!
He's getting away! Halt! In the name of the king! Got him!
Who's the next? I have my Spartan kick ready.
It's ready to watch.
Seems he's just looking for massacre of Kingston. We did get a keep. Am I on the wrong side? use I am. What remedy? Did I already get the key for this? I don't think that's my doing. He must have fell off. Some other way. I had acquired the key. But yeah, it's those actually travel things that I just showed you. Those are, if you would travel from South Africa to Schengen area, so that's like most of the Europe. Not just Finland. Look how much that there is. We can reverse some of those later. Passwords do differ
Him and his mates were raiding the plantation near the waterfall to the
in
east.
strength, where you can
He
travel
was
faster
wounded in
and
the leg
easier.
before he could get away.
Or get the visa. Is it? Like for me, if I remember right, it's visa on arrival. Finnish passport holders do not need a visa to enter South Africa for tourism or business visits of up to 90 days. So, when am I gonna do 3 months vacation there? Two completely blank pages are required in passport for entry, departure, endorsements. Proof of a return ticket also. Bank statement showing you can support yourself financially during your stay. And yellow fever certificate. So I would need to go to a doctor and get a needle. Okay, yeah, 2 vaccines. MMR and tentonitis and malaria. I think I would like to go to Kruger National Park. No, but that's like the only experiences you can get here. The National Park Kruger. Okay, they are not even flying. Not bad prices from KLM. And then you can take a flight from Johannesburg to Durban. Because I remember you being to the airport, so there is an airport. But KLM, Dutch airline is not supporting or not giving. Leaving tomorrow. Are there any? One way. I say FF to work and leave tomorrow. One way 8:30. Let's say return. Oh, it took away these. Is it even fighting any flights? 1,400. Somehow these planes are almost full. So no. What if we change the dates? Further in. This is the day I will go back to work. I will need just internet connection. I remember Super Saver having a way to... Yeah. The prices are already like cheaper when you are not flying the next day. But still 800 bucks. $25 hours of flight time. One technical stop in... It doesn't show where. We did 25 hours one way and 19 hours the other way. But just one stop. Here we have 2 stops. The flight is faster. But the price is already like 50 bucks more. But yeah, would like to make that trip. I just need to get in way better shape so I look more intimidating. Nobody would even think of taking stuff from me. Right. Do I need to get a tattoo to my forehead?
For you.
That's not gonna work.
What? You returned. Have you brought your conscience?
I want my key.
Patience is a virtue.
Do you need to? Do I need to have like 4 weapons like Edward Kenway has here?
Expecting company.
2 pistols in front and 2 on the sides.
Help us defend the bureau. The men we freed will help.
I don't know about the swords. They are not that functional in gunfights. I was looting.
It is too quiet. I do not trust it. There will be more of them.
Anton, it's all over. The other safe houses are burning, and the English are coming for what's left of us.
Calm, warrior. Can you make a feast?
Yes.
Then it is not yet over.
You
Edward, the soldiers will chase the surviving Maroons back to us. We must protect them. I am angry. The more of them you kill now, the less effective they will be in the next wave. Another wave from the south! Maroons coming! Keep them safe!
Oh, he danced around. Now I'm stuck.
Another wave from the west! More survivors are coming! Make sure
One standing.
survivors are safe, but the English are regrouping. The time for bluster has passed. They are massing for a final push to kill us all.
They offer no quarter, so it's none they'll receive.
Remain alert, men. More will be coming. Coming from above.
Oh, we can't get that top there. Not from that, but from here, yes.
Fight like a devil, Edward.
That's no surprise. I sail with them, Anto.
Is it the company you keep, or is it a growing conviction?
Where do we have rest? Here's one who... needs to be taken down.
We took out so many. We can handle this one-handed.
He was a weakling. I missed the guns. We saved them.
Edward, I am glad you showed up when you did. I'm sorry I have no key to give you, but...
No, the key can wait. Whoever did this, I want to teach them a lesson.
The Templar's name is Kenneth Abraham. He's part of an ongoing
probably
war
has
with the
the key.
Maroons. But we have held strong and will not be defeated. Let me devise a plan. I will see you at the marketplace when I have a plan of attack.
Okay. Ease it off. Let's get the... Oh, it's another building. It's fine, we get close. Watchtower. Doesn't give us a name. Let's see about chests. We did find one, no. That's just a normal monkey. First this one, just 100 meters. That was a risky jump.
Go play somewhere else.
Repair it. Repair it. Maybe after this game I can play Sekiro. My parry is getting good. There's nothing on the top. Okay. Next, just where you are. Somehow I'm able to run. Let's just run, but like also when I'm riding a horse. Is this really taking us higher? Or
It's pretty to watch.
watch
It'll
what?
do.
The height disappear. We have like a slide down road. Where's the OG? Like, miss it. I did miss it. Sorry, sack of... I don't know what. Okay. Let's look at what else we have here. Another deer spot. There's one V-pot. Beautiful landing. Now that we are so close, let's get assassination contracts. Show me a good one. Target from a Stolgin's zone. Hopefully he's here. Last time, the first mission was in the same area.
If he's so proud of the land he owns,
I'll bury him in it.
It was a double assassination of brothers this time. They were really close. Where is this greedy bastard?
Hello. What's all this?
You'll go down like a sack of potatoes!
Yeah, let's say that didn't go well.
Keep up!
Let's try this again. Alerting the whole place. That's definitely another stalking zone. Stalking zone.
Here he is! Found you, criminal!
Yeah. Not suspicious at all. We're just running here with swords. Where is this side activity? Or they already died. There is a doctor.
Turn around. There's nothing
I have my entrance.
He's distracted. Good.
Damn you, brutes! No disrespect, sir.
By God, I'll sweeten you, boy. I'll sweeten you good and proper.
Please, sir, I meant nothing by it.
Cast your eyes off me, car. I'll not be stared at by the likes of you.
God keep you, sir.
What shall we do with you lot, eh? What indeed?
Begging your pardon.
What? I have done
One less villain.
That worked out. Oh, not all across enough. There's 4 contracts here. Come. wants to be next? He's not looking at this way.
Nothing to see here. Piss off. The planter's got the key and won't let anyone near it.
Aye. He keeps going on about the Maroons coming for us. You think he's right?
Ah, we're safe here. It's the planter who's balmy.
There's the man with the key.
I have done nothing. Mercy.
Oh, this is the viewpoint. Nobody's gonna miss you. I want to have more secure landing. It worked. Get up. Almost. Now we are here. There you can see our target for the key. Ooh. Need to get closer and catch him. Not the best landing.
Give it up. He slithered back to his hole.
Up and over! Get away!
Knew I'd find you.
Smoke bombs open.
Now you go have your head! Want to slip away? Here he is! Gotcha, you pirate! Bleed for this. Keep him hemmed in!
He really killed his friend. Now, we got the key. No more bells. We have some things here. Oh yeah, I forgot we have darts. Hey. Good to use Berserker. Actually make the enemies go crazy. Here's another bell. I think we already alerted every guard. Or not.
I'll enjoy this, I will.
Your fate is sealed! Too slow. Not good enough. My revenge. Do you in?
Get there, we can get. One remedy back. No, 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 no!
That's far enough away.
No more bell. Luckily it did not destroy the house itself. Where it is... Where it's stored here. All my loot. Swiftly, no? Though I did.
Attack, lads!
That compass just destroys anybody. Use the rope. No, there was a chest. There's another chest. Where's this one? Why it's alone in the camp?
Leave. Now.
You're mine!
Now we dance.
Nope. A headshot. And just this way. Oh, I can see already the other. There's like a whole side of this. First we get this. Where do we jump to the other side? From here? Not.
Gentlemen such as yourself need not worry for me.
Hey, I'm not trying to create chaos. Not that many guards. Okay. Back up. And there was two. Dive straight into a...
Get away from me.
It's all good. I'm just here for the chests. I'll come back later for you. Oh, maybe that's part of a quest. We will be raiding them. I could go for the bell.
You'll have to be quicker.
Stand where you are.
Almost too easy.
I say same to you. Here we have some. Man, that drink did not heal us at all. Let's get rid of this. Yes, seems we cannot get there yet. At least not through the front door, not through that side either. There's like a path away. On both sides. Let me in! Didn't work. I'm gonna leave that there then. Oh, need to be out of restricted area first. We're gonna have another drink. Here we spawned. Nope. No Vodo drinks available.
So
We could see what they're offering in the store. They are selling some fruits cannot deny chain take notes. That's just so good. Loads everything automatically. Maybe I'll buy the artworks. I have like almost 80k gold or reals, so you can just buy them. Killer Bear skins will cost you bones. Politicians, of course. 25k, no.
Thanks for the business.
Let's see which one it changed that. Now we have the auto loot and more gold. Shall we to assassination quest first before getting the key? Since we are here.
Hey, be careful!
Trying. Okay, the sea shanty started to fly somewhere. Yeah, too late. Who needs to be church? Kill the target with an explosive. That's actually harder. Because gunshot is not an explosive one. Just need to aim at the
With
barrel.
Ducasse gone, someone else is hauling guns for the Templars.
There's also a chest here.
Nothing. Take care with this delivery.
But there's so many enemies.
Seen 10 lifetimes. We're exposed here. Make haste, will you?
Bit rowdy for a smuggler.
Focus on the task at hand. Extra rum ration for the last man to raise my ire.
Maybe he walks back. Come on, mister. Yes. No, wrong way. Take steps to the left.
Spare me, sir.
Lordy! Time to get back to Mumsy.
Let's hide it here for a second. There's no weapons anymore. Unfortunately, he did not have it. He did have some coins.
This one moves in well-connected circles.
Is the game like telling that this quest? Since I didn't assassinate all of them. What? We can go on. I don't need to like finish the contract. Confirm it.
The Templars will find no purchase here.
I'm sorry. They have a lot of under control here.
Damn it! I can't follow! He's getting away!
You bleed the bastards! Your fate is sealed!
We have a huge store.
Get back here! Here he is! Like vengeance.
I need revenues. You're welcome, friends. Assassinate the target while hanging from a ledge.
Rogers a friend as well.
The man who rescued Selka? That Captain Rogers?
Aye, a sailor to his bones. And he's a hard man, he is. Earned a large scar down his left cheek after taking a pellet to the face. Lodged in his
Where's the target here?
Oh,
okay.
broke no stride, in fact, and continued barking orders until the next morning when he took a sprint. And this
He really doesn't see if I'm here. We whistle.
The gods are distracted. Friends in high places won't save you.
Another target. 3 out of 4, there's still one left. It is getting late. So, Shanti up here. It's on the other side of the What was his problem? Here will be the worst. Assassinate the target from above. Easy enough. So far I've been doing the extra acrobatics.
Another rotten coat.
In my hand, I carry a chest that is like no other. It has been fished from the sunken car.
Will this do? Truly, it's all I've got.
It will suffice, but only because I like your face.
I've been scammed by these guys earlier.
Hang me for a fool. It's worthless.
Wrong target. Okay. Don't be targeting.
I'll kill you and sell it to another room.
Never fleece a pirate, mate.
I found you, Lee! You'll fight for that!
I have fancier moves than you.
There. Gotcha! Life is mine!
You did it. Let's get up and try to find our target.
You're a skeleton and a scoundrel, and all of Kingston shall know it ere this day is out. That's right. He's a bloody empiric, a cheat selling dud medicines at preposterous prices.
No, sir. I offer only proven remedial herbs, picked from the jungles.
Aye, and without the express permission of...
There he is. The king must be desperate to call upon such half-wits.
I'll cut you to shreds!
So many missing there, such. Not just wait.
Easy. How dare you!
At least I was able to reload my. No, that was all Assassin contracts from this. This place. Let's see, where are you leading me? That was a long way. Good morning, ladies all. That was the seashell. I saw my opportunity.
Edward, over here.
But I think this is the time to end. $30. No blade. No butt. Thank you, chat. I hope you have had a great time. But tomorrow more, 5 p.m. Let's see if we have. Gertrude is also continuing her story. She's not as far as I am. Or maybe she's been playing more story, because I haven't been playing a lot. Just getting there with the main quests. But thank you, chat.